Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. St. James Thunder Broadcasting is proud to present a volleyball match tonight at the Thunderdome. Tonight it features the St. James Academy and St. Michael's. We can see that they're getting ready to play a great game here today. Both teams are getting ready with their warm-ups, and the ref is all ready. We've got quite a few players playing here tonight, including a freshman on the St. James varsity team. Her out of 12 players, it's very rare to see a freshman playing among the seniors, juniors, and sophomores. So I can only imagine the hard work that went into that to get her to that point. We'll pause here for the national anthem. Alright, St. James Thunder is roaring to go. They're all on the field. St. Michael's is taking their spots. Oh yeah, the team's all set out for tonight. Showing sportsmanship right off the bat. Looks like St. Michael's is starting with the serve. St. James is roaring to go. Mrs. Dorsey's cheering on from the sidelines as always. She's a great volleyball player in her time and is still today teaching the greatness of volleyball to our students. Good set, followed by a great spike from number 7, received from St. Michael's. Good blocks from St. Michael's, followed by a great spike. Good dig by number 1 on St. James. St. James scores the first point. And they rotated on player 12. Player 12 is Finley Tosher. And looks like she's playing front left. Looks like St. Michael's did not make it over the net there, giving an easy point to St. James. Early on in the game, scoring those points is what counts, but when it comes down to the last minute, St. James should hopefully dominate there as well. Fortunately, a serve went out by St. James, and St. Michael's scores a point. And here they go. Good dig from number 8, the libero. Hit. Ooh, that was a close call. It looks like it got right out of bounds there by St. James. A good set from number 4. Automatic spike. Was unintercepted. Went right in the back corner there of St. Michael's, scoring St. James another point. Looks like they're getting ready again. Got some teamwork going up in the front here. Good serve. Went over. Nice set. Blocked by St. James. And was not dug up by St. Michael's. St. James is about to serve. And it went over. St. Michael's set it back over, and St. James got it back over. Another good block from St. James. Unfortunately, it did go out, and St. Michael's will be receiving that point, and a serve as well. Looks like St. Michael's just rotated in player 4 for the serve. And it goes over. Nice set from the libero from the back row. Went in for a dunk from Finley Tosher, but it did not quite make it over, unfortunately. It got blocked from St. Michael's. And it looks like they're ready to dig again. Always ready, always on their feet. Good set. Great hit from Finley. Unfortunately, it went back over, but it looks like they just scored again. They made it back over the net. So good dig by St. James there. Mrs. Dorsey is always seen in the back here cheering on the team. She's quite literally like the heart and soul of St. James Academy when it comes to the volleyball team. And her attention to her players is insane. Good dig from St. Michael's over there. Unfortunately, St. James was not able to keep up with that, but a couple words of affirmation from Mrs. Dorsey, and they're back on their feet, ready to dig up whatever St. Michael's throws at them. They're working on a lot of teamwork here tonight. You can see the atmosphere of how willing they are to work with each other. It's quite a good team. Lovely set. Nice spike from St. James. Good dig from number 7. Hit back over. St. Michael's dug up by number 7 once again and hit back over. Unfortunately, that did get over, and unfortunately no one was able to dig up that hit from St. Michael's, scoring another point for them. This early on in the game, it's kind of hard to see who's going to be the winner. the score's already pretty much tied, and it looks like to be a fierce game tonight from St. Michael's and St. James. Both teams will not settle for anything tonight. And St. Michael's is back up to serving. Looks like the refs are talking. And the teams are doing some group huddles, reaffirming themselves to get themselves back ready for the next part of the game. Teamwork is what makes everything click into place when it comes to games like these. And the serve by St. Michael's did not go over, so it looks like it'll be St. James' turn to play. Number 12 just got rotated out, and St. James just served from number 8, the libero, blocked by St. James, but unfortunately made it back over, and they hit it back over with a lovely set, and unfortunately St. Michael's was not able to keep it in ground, and it went out of bounds, giving another serve to the libero, number 8, Abigail May. She's a junior, and by the looks of it, she's a really hard worker when it comes to volleyball. To be the libero means you are able to dig up all of those hard sets, all those hard serves, and to be able to do that, she has to have immense agility, and by what I'm seeing on the court right now, it seems that she definitely measures up to that. St. James back at it, serving over to St. Michael's. Lovely set for St. James there. Looks like St. Michael's digs that up, serves it back over, and St. Michael's is back at it with St. James hitting that over. Good serve over there from St. Michael's. Lovely set there. Another out of bounds from St. Michael's. Good dive from St. Michael's though. She really did go for that. There was nothing stopping her in that sense. Unfortunately, sometimes timing just doesn't work out. It's a very fast-paced game. Number 9 on St. James is back up serving, and she gets it over. Good dive from St. Michael's there, getting that ball back up, and St. James is back at it, serving that over. And St. James has it again. Another great spike there from St. James. Oh, and St. Michael's hits it over. It's blocked, but unfortunately goes out of bounds on St. James territory. Again, this game is super close-paced. Everybody's doing their best and getting super fired up for this. The scores are pretty much tied right now, and everybody's giving it their all this early on in the game. It's amazing to see. Lovely set there, lovely spike there, and it went straight in onto St. Michael's turf, hitting directly with no digs or anything from St. James. And St. James is back to serving, went over, dug up by number 8, and a great spike there. Good dig up by the libero, number 8, once again. Hits it back over with a spike, and St. Michael's was unable to dig that up. Beautiful teamwork there by St. James. Great set from number 1. Oh, and St. Michael's hit that back over to the St. James side, nailing it directly in the corner, right where no one was. So close, so sneaky by St. Michael's there. Good shot by them. And St. Michael's is back up to serving. Number 8 digs it up once again, the libero. Lovely spike from number 7 there, and number 7 gets it with a block, sends it back over. Tip tried from number 12 on St. Michael's, but St. James was ready for it and they sent it back over, scoring them another point. Again, scores so close in comparison. Another good serve from St. James. Block. Oh, lovely dig from number 1 there. Barely got that up, but was able to get it back up in order for them to get it back over. Unfortunately, St. Michael's sent that back over, and a block caused it to go out of bounds. And St. Michael's is back up for serving. Gets it over. Lovely set and great spike from number 7. St. Michael's keeps it up and sends it back over. Blocked by St. James, scoring them another point. St. Michael's, though, was able to get it up, but unfortunately not able to keep it up for long enough to hit it back over, giving St. James another chance to serve. Now, with the scores being so close and tied, 1 point really does have the ability to change the whole game around, especially for this set in particular. So there you go. Another point scored by St. James, putting them in the lead. A couple points when they're so tied makes a huge difference for games like these, because it really does come down to those final points. Great spike from St. Michael's. Fortunately, was not able to be dug up very well, and it went where no other St. James player was off the court anyways. And St. Michael returns with another great serve. Gets it over. Fortunately, weren't able to hit it 3 times before passing that. So they're just trying to get it over sometimes. And there goes St. Michael's once again. Some great spikes happening. There we go. Another one from number 7, hitting it directly where no one on the St. Michael's team is standing, gaining a perfect point for St. James Academy. And there they go again. Another great serve. Great spike there from number 14 on St. James. Not St. James. St. Michael's. St. James hit it over, and St. Michael's blocked it. But it went out of bounds for them. Looks like they're taking a little break here. You gotta keep up on the energy, especially with how fast-paced this game is. Every little second counts when it comes down to volleyball. So the roster for this year includes a lot of surprisingly sophomores and underclassmen. This is probably one of the most underclassmen dominated rosters I've seen in a while. To have those underclassmen come in on St. James and really just own it on the court is really impressive to see, and it shows great coaching from Mrs. Dorsey and all of the volleyball staff. Looks like the break is over and they're getting ready to play for the second half of the first set. Another great serve from number 7. She keeps getting up at it tonight. Great set from St. James and great retrieval from St. Michael's. Looks like St. James scored a point on that one. Number 7 added again with another beautiful serve. And another point going to St. James there. St. Michael's was unable to dig that up. Looks like another timeout has been called from St. Michael's here. You can just see the amount of teamwork and effort that they put into this game, especially when it comes down to how they work together as a team. Teamwork is how these games work in the first place. Without anybody else on this team, a single person would not be able to take on this challenge by themselves. Courts are designed for multiple players to really challenge how people are able to work together as a team. So it's beautiful to see everyone working together to make this sport so much fun to watch and so much fun to play. St. James again with the serve. Number 7 added again. This is, and St. Michael's couldn't even dig that up. It went out of bounds once again. Number 7, Maya Lee is on fire tonight with her serves. And being a sophomore, that's even more impressive. Unfortunately, she was not able to get it over that round, but she's probably gotten like 7 serves over there to St. Michael's, and they have not been able to counteract that. So that is incredibly impressive. Looks like they're getting ready to go again. This time, serve from St. Michael's. All the girls are in the front, getting ready to block on St. Michael's. Good dig again from the libero, followed up with number 4 and pass back over with the spike. St. Michael's gets that over with a perfect spike, heading for the back row. Unfortunately, it was not able to be dug up, even though it did touch player 7. She was unfortunately unable to get that up. There goes number 7 again, getting that up, but just barely, not enough to keep it up in order to get it back over the net. This is an intense game. St. James does have the lead, though, right now. Like I said earlier on, all those points do count in the end. Oh, lovely serve there, just grazing the net and having that flow over like a waterfall from St. Michael's there. Beautiful, beautiful serve. Player 7 getting it with that back row spike from the back row. So impressive. And there they go once again, getting it over. Never tiring, just keep going. I have seen, though, a little bit recently, it seems like they're starting to butt into each other on when it comes to teamwork. Someone's not calling the ball, and I've seen 2 of them try and go for it and get way too close to each other. So looks like they need to readdress on their teamwork here to make sure that they're calling the balls and everything. There goes St. James Academy again, getting it over. Another block. Great save there from the libero, number 8. And they get it over and score another point for St. James. The libero this year, player number 8, is back up to serve. Abigail May, has been doing amazing tonight, and she keeps getting that over and over again. All those digs have been incredible. There goes St. Michael getting it over again. Great set, great tip from player 11 getting that over. Dug up from player 8 once again. Great spike from player number 1, getting it back up. And looks like that went out on that last hit there, scoring a point for St. Michael's. All of the players on St. Michael's are up in the front getting ready for those blocks, for those dig ups. They're ready. great block. Unfortunately for St. Michael's, it was not able to be dug up once it went off, and it scored St. James another point. Now, St. James and St. Michael's are getting close in score once again, so every point here does count, especially with it being this close into the set. Great serve from player 9 on St. Michael's. On St. James, getting it back over. Great block and dig up by player 14 on St. Michael's. Unfortunately, St. James was unable to get that back up, and it scored another point to St. Michael's. Looks like they're getting ready again. Yep, plotting for those blocks. St. Michael's just rotated out one of their players for player number 5, Sailor Lynch. Great dig up there again once from player 8 on St. Michael's, Abigail May. Great spike over, blocked once again by St. James. Good dig from St. Michael. Good set. And right in the corner from St. James, getting it right there where nobody is. That's incredible plotting for St. James. To be able to get it into such a great spot where nobody is very difficult to do. And for them to be able to do that is really incredible. Especially with so many good players on both sides of the court. Barely getting it over with that serve from St. James. And they score another point with a lovely set right again where nobody is, or well, where they are, but where everyone meets. And if they were to go for that, they'd just be running into each other. St. Michael's with another serve. Great return there from St. James, scoring them another point. Now, there's only a couple points left to be scored in this set, and both teams are right there. They're so close to each other. This game is so close. This set is so close. It really shows how much work they're able to put into this. Great dig from player 8 on the St. Michael's teams, but St. James got that. I think that went out of bounds, and it's St. Michael's point. But it was really close by St. James. Another great dig from the libero on the St. James, number 8. Getting it back over with St. Mike's. Hitting it right to a player who was unprepared for it, sending it out of bounds on St. Michael's. Number 2 is rotated back in, and number 9 is rotated out on St. James. Number 2, Finley Tosher, has been at this game for years, and she's now a senior. So this year it's really impressive to see how far she's come. And St. James scores another point, and it goes. It's returned by St. Michael's, but unfortunately goes right out of bounds, and they don't get it over the net. And another great dig from number 8, Abigail May. Unfortunately, St. James was unable to get that over the net again, causing it to go out of bounds. The game is once again tied 23-23 with 2 points left to score. It looks like we might be keep continuing to go past the 25 mark here. Both teams are playing hard and working hard to get this far in the game, and just beyond the first set, it's so impressive to see them tied already right off the bat. Clearly, the players tonight are very evenly matched in a strength, but someone's going to pull through tonight, and I can't wait to see where this game leads to. Looks like the timeout's back over and they're back on the court, ready to score those final 2 points. Number 4 on St. Michael's with the serve. Got it right over, digged up once again from number 8. Hit over by number 7. There comes player 14 from St. Michael's, hitting it right in the spot on St. James where nobody is, giving them the lead for these last 2 points. Another timeout. This time by St. James. Mrs. Dorsey's Coach Dorsey is giving all of she's giving perfect compliance when it comes to bringing her students, her players back into the game with the full mindset that they can and they will win this set. And the teamwork being seen there is crucial to this game to turn it back around so they can win the set. Number 4 back on St. Michael's with the serve. Dug up once again by player 8. Hit over by Finley Tosher, number 2, and hit it directly where St. Michael's was not standing. That's back-to-back points that were scored where people were not standing. Looks like their accuracy on both sides are improving. We're tied once again 24-24. Lovely serve again from player 7. Hit back over by player 14. Dug up automatically once again. Great dig by player 8. Hitting it back over. Blocked. And dug up. Point is scored by St. Michael's. It's 25-24, meaning if St. Michael's scores this point, they win the set. We'll be playing until one team gets the 2-point lead. Good block by St. James coming back in for this game. They're not ready to give in for the set yet. So now we'll be playing till 27 until one side scores 2 points. Once again, making this game so close in rank. No one's giving in. Everyone's putting in all of their work. St. Michael's with that point. Again, they keep finding those spots where no player is. It was a great dive, though, from St. James Academy, trying to get that up so they can keep in this set, hoping to win it. And the set just got won by St. Michael's with a 2-point lead. To see how close that game was and to see how they won that was incredible. See how close that set was. 27-25, meaning that both teams played super hard to get that 2-point lead. Neither team giving in. All right, and looks like we're back at it. St. James prepared with the ref all ready to go. Everyone's roaring once again. Looks like St. Michael's, well, victorious in the first set, are not reluctant to give up, to just give that so easily up to St. James. Both teams know that they're equally matched and that they're going to have to give it their all to really win. We might be going into a third set. We'll see how this set turns out. Looks like St. James will be starting with the serve. Yep, as the refs figure out and write down the rotations of the players to make sure this is a fair game. Thank you, refs, for everything that you guys do to make sure that all of these players can play an amazing game. And St. James is ready to go. St. Michael's is ready. Great serve there from St. James. Number 8 dug it up once again. Great set from St. Michael's. St. James gets it back up again, blocked by St. Michael's. That dig from player 8 gets it back up, just barely though. Unfortunately, not able to get it back over the net, giving the point to St. Michael's right off the bat. So St. James know they lost the last set, so they're gonna work even harder to give it back, to get it back this set round. And you think they were fired up before? Look how fired up they are now. Number 9 right off the bat retrieving that serve from St. Michael's. Number 7 once again getting it right where nobody else is. This girl's kills tonight are absolutely insane. Here comes St. James once again with a serve. This time from player 11, Madeline Etler. St. Michael digs that back up. Unfortunately, St. James was not able to get that up. Just barely missing it, but it grazed nonetheless. St. James was right there. Another serve, this time from the libero on number 1 on St. Michael's. Great set there. Great playback there from St. James. Unfortunately, it was not able to get over the net the first time, but they came back for it and got it. St. Michael's with another point there, hitting it in the back corner. These players tonight keep finding those spots where no other player is. Their accuracy and aim is increasing as this game goes on. Another good dig up there. Another point to St. Michael's. St. James was unable to get it up over the net that time around. St. Michael's has the lead in this round. St. James will have to turn this over because, like I said earlier on, every single point matters, especially when it gets down to the end. But the beginning is the most important. You play well in the beginning, it leads to a good ending. Great tip there from number 7. Great set from number 4, getting that over. Good block there, hitting it back over. Player number 1 on St. James Academy. And St. James scores because player 5 was unable to get that over on the St. Michael's side, hitting the net. Player 2, Finley Tasha, rotated back in with player 9, Caitlin Conrad being rotated out. Great serve there from number 4 on St. James' side. Unfortunately, it got hit out of bounds, but to see not one but 2 players running after that, showing all of the work that will be put into every single point from St. James' side. St. Michael's with the serve once again. Player 7 gets it up right through the blockers on that Finley Tosher. perfect. Both blockers were unable to stop that one from getting through. Here we go, another serve from St. James Academy. Lovely jump serve, hitting it almost out of bounds, but St. Michael's manages to get it back over. There goes player number 12 getting that back over. Digging it up, number 7, once again on the St. James side. Once again, St. Michael's finds that corner where no one is. Once again, I don't know how they keep doing it, but they keep doing it, and it's impressive. But so does St. James. Both teams are working hard, very hard, to find spots where they can score those points. Getting it back over. Number 1. St. Michael's returns it, setting it, getting it back over. Amazing dive from number 4 on St. Michael's. The point goes to St. James on that. We were unable to get it back over the net on St. Michael's was. Player number 8 back at it on the St. James side. Great dig up there from player 11, and amazing that her teammate was able to get that behind her. Good attempt at a dive there from player 1. Brooke Beshore. All the hard work that's being shown is really impressive to watch. St. Michael's once again with the serve. Everyone's down and ready. Good set there. Perfect kill there. Right to that spot again where nobody is. The fact that they keep finding those spots, and like throughout this whole entire game that they've been finding those spots, is so impressive. And they keep just doing it. They see what works for them and they find it. They find that spot. Unfortunately, that point for St. James just went, like I said, right into that corner where no one is. They keep both teams just keep finding it. Just when they think that they can't possibly find that spot, they always do. The height player 7 on the St. James Academy side keeps going to get those kills over. Her stride has to be really insane for her to be able to do that. Her jump, anyways. St. Michael's back again with the serve here. You can see Mrs. Dorsey here on the sideline just cheering on the team, telling them to focus, that they can keep going, that they can do it. They don't give in, these players. Player 8 there, once again on St. James, digging that up. Player 14 on St. Michael's side was trying to get that up, but unfortunately was unable to. Good dig there from player 1. St. Michael's returns it. Player 1 once again right there where the ball is, but unfortunately sometimes you're just not able to get underneath that and get it back up to your teammates on the court. But she was there and she was ready. Just sometimes you're just unable to. Here comes St. Michael's again. Out of bounds there. Player 12 from St. James rotating in. Serve coming from player 11, Madeline Etler on the St. James side. Gets it right over player 1 on St. Michael's is there to retrieve it. Great set there. Perfect for player 7 to get that kill in. Up, she got that back over with her head, but it did go out of bounds, unfortunately. But again, the lengths that these players are going are able to do to get these balls back over to the other side is so impressive and so incredible. There goes player 1 from the St. Michael's side with a great serve, sending it back over. Huge set from player 1 there on the St. Michael's side, and St. James returns that. Great dive, 2 great dives there from player 1. She got it not up once but twice, continuing to get that ball up so that her teammates could help her out there. Unfortunately, it did not get over, but her ability to not hit it once but twice was so incredible. There goes player 7 with the kill right in the middle right in the middle on St. Mike's side. I don't understand how she even found the spot where nobody was directly in the middle. Looks like St. Michael's will need to focus in and make sure that doesn't happen again, because that is such an easy spot to aim for if there's nobody there. Here looks like there was a gap in teamwork there from St. Michael's, scoring St. James another point. I don't know quite what happened there, but looks like there was some confusion. Player number 1 with a dig. Unfortunately, it did hit the ground, so it's a point for St. Michael's, and they will be able to serve once again. Now, serves that are dominated by one person shows that it's a little bit harder to return those serves. But so far, I have not seen a single person tonight completely dominate any serves. Looks like player 1 tried to dig that up, the libero on St. Michael's side, but unfortunately was able to get it out. But her teammates reaffirm her, saying, hey, we're here for you. We're a team. We're not giving in. And St. James does the same. St. James again with the serve. From player 7. Always with the good serves. Unfortunately, that just grazed through St. James with a kill from St. Michael's. Once again in that spot where nobody is. This seems to be a recurrence tonight. Looks like St. James is trying to reorientate themselves to be able to receive these hits from St. Michael's. Number 2 getting it over again. St. Michael's blocking it out of bounds, scoring another point for St. James. And once again, number 8, Abigail May back again with a serve. Getting it perfectly over. Great block from number 2 and number 11. And with powerful hit from number 11, sending it right down the front of the net in front of St. Michael's, unable to retrieve that ball. Number 8, the libero back with another serve. Getting it right over to St. Michael's. Great dig there from number 4 on St. James. St. James with another point. Now, this game, at the start of this game, St. Michael's was in a lead of 4 or 5 points. Now they're only in the lead of 2, showing St. James is not done yet. They're gonna come back. They're not gonna give in. They work hard, and they're not gonna stop. Ooh, good block there from number 11, redirecting it to her teammates so they can hit it back over. There goes player 7 on St. James Academy. Great block from St. Michael's, redirecting it to their teammates once again, getting it back over. This has been it's still going on, such a rally. Player 4 down on the ground, fell on accident, but she was after that ball. Unfortunately, that point did go to St. Michael's, but there was that was a really big rally. That point clearly meant a lot, especially with it being 2-2, with a 2-point lead from St. Michael's. St. James is getting there. They're closing in, scoring another point. This game is once again pretty much tied. Both teams are pretty much equally matched. This time, St. James player number 9, Caitlin Conrad with the serve. Good serve, dug up by player 1 on the St. Michael's side, hitting it out of bounds by St. Michael's. Scoring another point for St. James, tying the score. Great block there. Hitting it back in on St. Michael's just when it was about to go out. They hit it back in. Very sly from St. Michael's. Player 14 up with the serve. A point to St. Michael's. St. James looks kind of confused on that, but they're gonna play fair, and that's how they play here. Oh, right again in that spot where nobody is. St. James hits it, scoring another point. Once again, tying the scores. This game is so tight. Both teams are equally matched, and with the second set, this determines whether or not St. James keeps going on into that third set to hopefully try and win that game. Scoring another point, tying the score once again, St. Michael's and St. James. They're calling a timeout, mainly to see how they're going to reorient themselves to get those next points, because those next points determine kind of like the rest of the game, because any lead that you have on at this point can really determine the rest of the game, just because it's just that close, and especially with these teams being so equally matched, having that lead will literally determine the rest of the game. And looks like St. Michael's is the first one back on the court, showing that every second does count with St. James over here, trying to turn those tables around to get them to win that second match, that second set, so they can go on and play that third one. There comes player 11 right out of the back, getting that kill in, and St. Michael's hits it out of bounds. Unfortunately, player 1 was unable to dig that back up, giving St. James that point, getting them in the lead. Where, up until this point, St. Michael's has been in the lead. So seeing St. James come back in and get that lead is so impressive to see all their hard work going into that. And St. Michael's gets it back over to St. James. Player 1 there with an incredible dig on the St. James side. And player 9 as well, getting that in. Amazing hit there. Amazing kill from player 7 there. Right in between those two blockers, once again, getting that point, giving St. James the lead. And Mrs. Dorsey and Coach Dorsey clapping there on the sidelines for her team. She knows every point was hard earned. Good save there from player 4. Getting it over, scoring another point for St. James, giving them a 3-point lead, where earlier in the game they were behind by 3 points. To see the tables turn, it's so impressive to see all that hard work paying off. There comes player 1 on the St. Michael's side, completely running for it to get that ball back. And it worked because they get it over and they score. Again, in that corner where nobody is. Dig from player 9 there, but was unfortunately unable to get that ball back up and send it over to the other side for St. Michael's. Looks like they're calling time. Getting another group huddle going there. Like I said, every second counts. Over here, St. Michael's is trying to reorient that game to get the tables turned back to their favor. Right now, St. James is only in a 1-point lead. So these next couple of points really matter more than anything, especially with the score being so close to hitting that 25 mark. Really, this is anyone's game at this point. St. Michael's with the serve. And St. James was ready to receive it. Getting it back over. Blocked by St. James. Player 7 once again hitting it into that spot where nobody is. She has been on fire tonight, Miley. Getting those hard kills in. Amazing. Oh, St. Michael's getting it over again to that spot where nobody is. This time player 21 getting it right into that spot. Sorry, player 11. Looks like St. Michael's is catching up on those points there. Once again, tying the score. I believe St. James is out of timeouts, unfortunately. Not able to get those points, those final points that matter so much. St. James has to turn these tables to get it back in their favor. It's like a never-ending game of who's in the lead, because everyone is working so hard tonight. Player 7, once again, in with that kill. This time, it was dug up, but unable to be hit back over. Looks like there's another timeout being called, showing you how crucial these final points are. We're down to the last 4 points here. And everyone is trying to win this game. No one's giving in. St. James does have the lead by 1 point. And St. Michael's is trying to win this set to save their rest for when they play another team here tonight. Because a lot of energy goes into each and every set, and to play a third set is a lot more energy. And player 2, Finley Tosher, is rotated back in with St. James having that serve, which is crucial to try and get in that point. Unfortunately, the serve did not go over, tying the score with St. Michael's and St. James. We might be going past 25 for this set once again, showing you how close these teams are in strength. Player 4 here on St. Michael's side, hitting that over. Player 7 digging it up. Player 8, once again, trying to get that over. Looks like St. Michael's takes the lead on this last point. If they score 2 more points without St. James getting it back, they win this set and the game. St. James feels the pressure, and they're going all in right now. Lovely dig there by player 1 on the St. James side. Another kill from player 7 tonight. She has gotten in so many kills tonight that it's just impressive that she finds those hard spots and she hits those spots with full accuracy and full power. That's Maya Lee for you right there. Once again with the serve that player 1 was fully on the ground to receive. St. Michael's gets it back over, but St. James returns it, scoring them another point. Giving them, St. James, once again, the lead from earlier. They did not have it, but now it comes down to if St. James scores this point, they win this set, and we move on to the next set. So this point has literally could win them this whole entire set. Comes down to this moment. And St. James wins the set. Moving on to a third and final set. This set will be the most heated set of tonight so far because these teams are so close in ability that they are it's hard to even imagine we don't know who's gonna win. Everybody's so close in power and ability and strengths that it's gonna be such a close game here, seen by St. Michael's and St. James. St. James once again over with that serve. Returned by St. Michael's, getting that back over perfectly, trying to find that spot where nobody is. Return from player 7 once again, hitting those powerful kills right over the net, making it very difficult for St. Michael's to return that. St. James again with the serve, barely getting it over the net, finding no one there for St. Michael's, getting that point in for St. James. That serve, incredible. She gets it over once again. St. Michael's returning it, getting that over. Good dig by player 1 there on St. James' side, getting it back over to St. Michael's side, scoring them another point. They're on a 3-point lead right now, which is crucial this early on in the game. Now maintaining it, that's the hard part, because again, both these teams are so equal in score and in power. Once again, good teamwork there from St. James. Player 7 once and again trying to get that kill in. St. Michael's returning it and getting back over to St. James' side, tipping it right over the net, scoring St. James another point. So crucial this early on in the game. Player 1 on the St. James side, Brooke Beshore, going in to go serve that, getting it over once again. Now, St. James, with that 4-point lead, seeing that person continue to serve over again is hard to find in games like these where the scores are so equally tied. So getting all those serves over is so impressive. St. Michael's was unable to get that serve over, giving the ball back to St. James, and this time player 11, Madeline Elder, is serving that over. Great retrieval from St. Michael's. St. James getting that back over player 1. The libero getting it over to her teammate on St. Michael's side. And St. James scores again, getting that point in, getting that lead for this third set. This set determines the whole game. This game that has been so hardly fought by both sides. So getting that lead is so crucial. And there's been a timeout called by St. Michael's because they need to turn that around, and they know they need to turn that around this early on in the game. Otherwise, it's going to be a whole huge game of catch-up, which is a hard, difficult game, especially with both teams playing another round later tonight. They need that energy, and they don't want to be wasting that trying to catch up 5 points. So they have to turn around here and now. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to continue on that way. And there goes St. James once again, using every second they have to truly work on that teammate, that bonds with teammates. Again, St. James serving it over. Great kill there from St. Michael's, and a great block from St. James. But unfortunately, for St. James, St. Michael's scores that point, showing that break that they just had is really crucial to try and reorient themselves to try and score those points. Player 7 in with the kill once again. This girl keeps getting it in. Maya Lee, the amount of power that she has in those kills and in those serves, it's so impressive to see. St. James again with the serve. Getting it over. Retrieval by St. Michael's. Great block there from St. James, hitting it back over. Retrieved by St. Michael's. Player 7 in with the kill again. Great dig from player 14 there on St. Michael's side, and then get it back over. Great set there, backward set. Found they got a kill in there, right in that corner where no one is. They find it, and they do it. If you have the opportunity, they're going to take it no matter what. They're very good about accuracy and finding those spots in the first place. So St. Michael's again with the serve. Player 8 digging it up. Great serve, great kill, and great dig up by player 8 there, trying to get that up once again. There goes St. Michael's again, finding that spot. But player 4 was trying to get there and unfortunately was unable to. Again, they find the spots, but St. James is so close to getting those. Backward set there, straight to the corner for player 7 to try and get that kill in there. Fortunately, not able to. Player 7 in with the kill there, hits the wall. It goes the block, hits it over, and St. Michael's returns it to St. James. And St. Michael's is trying to get it back over, which they succeed in. And again, there goes player 7. You never know with her. Either she's going to hit one lightly and try and tip it, or she's just going to hit it super hard and find that spot where no one is. Player 13 this time on St. Michael's found that corner before player 7 could. Player 13, Lucy on St. Michael's. Player 4 again, back with the serve. I've seen her serving quite a lot tonight. That's Mara Frankie on St. Michael's. Player 7, always in there, always in the corners, always finding the spot to get that over. Player 1, hitting it over, this time from the back row. Player 2, hitting it over, succeeding and getting that point for St. Michael's. St. Michael's might have had a little fumble on teamwork there, trying to communicate. Once again, St. James with the serve. Player 7, hard serve. Unfortunately, hitting it out of bounds, giving that next serve to St. Michael's. You can see that Mrs. Dorsey is getting a little more talkative, showing how crucial these next couple of points are, because St. Michael's is regaining that once 5 points ahead score that St. James had. So these next couple points will really determine the rest of the game when it comes down to that. Player 7 with the dig in the back. St. James getting it over. St. Michael's returning it. Again, finding that spot that no one is. The St. James players saw it, but were unable to get to it in time. St. Michael's again regaining that threshold. St. James has to stay on their feet right now. Player 8 getting that up. Player 1 this time trying to find those spots again. She gets it over and scores a point for... looks like St. Michael's scored a point on that. That's my bad. Here comes St. Michael's again with that serve. And we're tied once again, showing you the power that both teams possess and how much effort that both teams are able to put into this game. Makes this game so much more fascinating to see. Great back set there. Player 2 finding that spot where no one is. Grazing past one of the St. Michael's players who were unable to get that ball up on their side. Player 8, Abigail May back again with that serve. She's been so incredible at digging up all of those hard digs tonight. But unfortunately, St. James got hit with a ball that they weren't expecting, giving a point to St. Michael's. Again, tying that score. This game is going to be so close. When it will really come down to those final points. But what happens now has the ability to change the game for the rest of it. Back and forth. St. James scoring another point. They're rotating in player number 9 here for St. James. Caitlin Conrad back in with Finley Toshner out number 2. Perfect for that serve. Player 1 getting it up. Player 7 unable to get into the stands on the St. Michael's side to retrieve that ball. But that's probably for the benefit of all the patrons watching. Number 9 back with that serve on St. James Academy. Great retrieval from St. Michael's there. Getting it back up. St. James getting through that wall, through those blockers, over to St. Michael's, who were, person dived to try and retrieve it, were unable to dig that back up, giving St. James that lead once again of those 3 points, very crucial to the rest of the game. And St. Michael's was unable to get it over the net, giving St. James another point. They're getting back that point lead. Another timeout called here, I believe, from St. Michael's, trying to reorient themselves to get those points back up because, like I said, those points really do matter in a game that's so close like this. You can feel all of the tension in this room when it suddenly goes silent, to hear these people try and talk and figure out how they're going to reapproach this next. St. James back on the court first. They know that they're winning and they know what they have to do to continue to win. And St. Michael's has to figure out how they're going to win, how they're going to get those points back. Like I said, they don't want to play a game of catch-up, and that's kind of what they're playing right now. They had that lead and they lost it, so they have to regain it once again, which is a never-ending game. Looks like they got lucky on that. One of the players just hit out of bounds that serve. Good call, though, by St. Michael's. Another kill there from player 11, Madeline Etler, getting that spot. She hit directly one of those players on the St. Michael's side, causing them to kind of find it difficult to get that ball back over. Good dig there by player 9, getting that right where no one else is. Unfortunately, she was not able to get it a second time, giving St. Michael's that point. Right here, they're trying to turn the tables once again, getting that point lead. What's funny, though, is in the first set, you saw St. James doing that themselves. They were trying to catch up. However, St. Michael's did get that set. So we'll see how this turns out. Another amazing kill from player 7 there. Maya Lee has gotten in so many powerful kills tonight. There's Mrs. Dorsey trying to communicate with everyone. Player 11 with a good serve there. St. Michael's unable to retrieve that, giving St. James once again that 5-point lead, which causes St. Michael to really get it causes them to get really nervous to try and keep it up. Amazing amazing digs there by St. Michael's. Not 1, not 2, but 3 digs trying to get that over, and they unfortunately went out of bounds, but the fact that they were able to get that back over the net shows how hard they practice to try and get those digs, because sometimes it comes down to those tiny points. St. James with the 6-point lead this time around. Another serve coming from player 11. Good dig there by St. Michael's, and they're retrieving that from St. James. Another good dig from St. Michael's, hitting it back over, getting that up. Blocked by St. Michael's, and St. James was unable to get that back up, giving St. Michael's hopefully that opportunity for them to get in those points and catch up. But St. James looks like they're ready for whatever they throw at them. Player 8 again with those digs. And another kill from player 7, returning those tables. They're not giving in right now. They've got that point lead, and it's going to be very difficult for St. Michael's to close back up on that. And they're not going to give that away easily. They've worked hard for it. They're going to continue to do what works well to get those points. And player 11 this time on the St. Michael's side, Jordan Reed, trying to get that spot where no one is, hitting it actually directly at some players to see if they're able to get it or not, and it looks like St. Michael's succeeded in that, trying to regain those points, giving them the serve as well. Getting right back over. Player 8, again, retrieves all of those dig-ups, getting them player 2 unable to hit that over on the St. James side, giving St. Michael's hopefully that attempt to regain those points. Player 4 again, with the serve. She's been doing very good at those serves tonight. That's Mara Frankie on the St. Michael's side. Player 8 again with all those dig ups from those serves, showing just how powerful serves can be and dig those up. Player 1 unable to dig that up on the St. Michael's side, but seeing those girls pretty much teleport across the screen, running back and forth, it's really impressive to see how far they can go in just a couple of seconds. Again, St. James with that 5-point crucial lead to winning this game. Here comes St. James again with that serve. Player 7, powerful, fortunately hits it out. Guess sometimes you just let the power get too much, and that just shows how much she actually has when it comes to serves like that. And here comes St. Michael's with the serve again, directly to player 7, hitting it back over number 2, Finley Tosher, finding that spot, and showing a lot of power to get that. So good call by Finley Tosher there. Player 8 with the serve on St. James' side with a 5-point lead. St. Michael's retrieves it, finding that spot where nobody is, scoring them another point, trying to regain that point threshold. Now St. James is at 20, so they're running low on time to try and get those points back. So they really, really have to work hard here in order to win this game. They get it over, rebounds to St. James, getting it over again, blocked once again, tipping it. Good call by that. They, straight into a spot of confusion from St. James. They didn't know who was going for the ball, and it comes down again to teamwork and to calling that ball to get that. So St. Michael's is again trying to regain those points, running low on time. St. James again trying to keep that threshold, getting it over, scoring right in between the two blockers. Finley Tosher again, number 2. Number 8, Abigail May is always on her toes here. Also looking out for her teammates, holding that ball and giving it to someone else to try and get that serve in. Number 9 has been called in multiple times tonight to do those serves. So her serves must be very powerful or accurate. And there goes St. James again. Sometimes it's the serves that will give you those points that are so desperately needed. So that gives again St. James that 5-point lead that's so crucial tonight. Here comes number 9 again with that perfect serve on the St. James side. Back set, hitting it right over, keeping it up on St. James. St. Michael returns it, looking to get that kill, dug up, tipping it right over St. James with the point by aspect of 4 touches from St. Michael's. Player 9 again with those serves. There's a reason she was called in to hit these serves, so you know they're going to be good. Hitting it directly over. Again, St. Michael's trying to look in for that kill because they don't have that aspect to try and get those serves over, so they have to look for those kills right now. Great set from behind to player 11, getting in that spot, because when you have the setter be directly in front, you don't expect someone to come out from behind and hit that. You expect it to go to the other side of the court or whatever, but to be sneaky like that, St. James got that point in, and it was worth it. That was done by player 11, Madeline Etler. Player 9, again with that serve from St. James. So powerful. Player 7, again, you never know what this girl's going to throw over. It's either going to be soft and well thought through, or it's going to be hard. And it looks like St. James is at the 24-point mark with St. Michael's at 18. This is the final point that St. James needs. And unfortunately, St. James does not get it over, keeping St. Michael's in the ground. But they still have that wiggle room to get that point. If St. Michael's gets it to 24, then we keep going over. But this game has been so close. And there goes player 11. Oh, so close. They tried to dig it up by St. James, but were unable to. Again, St. Michael's getting that point, keeping them in the game. They're calling a timeout right here because, like I said, every point counts, and especially right now, St. Michael's still has that opportunity to reorient themselves to get those final points and win this round, winning them the game. Or St. Michael's scores that final point, and they win the game. This game has been so close. St. Michael's winning that first set, and St. James winning that second set. Both times they were so close in points, but I believe that because St. James spent more energy on the second set, so they could play the third set again harder, it kind of gives them an advantage versus St. Michael's, where they've spent a lot of energy on that first set, winning that, and then they spent a lot of energy on the second set as well, trying to reorient themselves to get those points, because again, that second game was really close, and they're kind of just like spent on energy at this last set right here. And here comes St. Michael's again with that serve, dug up. Great sets there from St. James, hitting it over, and somehow St. Michael's was able to dig that up. Getting it back over. They're not giving in yet. Here comes player 11. Player 6 with an amazing... Player 8 with an amazing dig again. Once again. So beautiful. St. Michael's getting that point. Come on, St. James. You got to get that last point in. Um, again, here comes St. Michael's right now. The game's not over till it's over. They're not willing to give in. Player 8, again, hitting up those serves, getting ready for it. Finding that player 1, amazingly, St. Michael's gets that back up and back over again. There's so many points at this game where, like, they shouldn't have been able to get it up, but they do, and it's incredible. There goes player 7, reorienting themselves to get that back over to the other side. This rally, 3 players dove for that last ball, were unable to get that back up. Back to St. Michael's for the serve. And that threshold for points is closing up. St. James has to get this in, or they risk running into more points and having this game be way too close for comfort. There goes St. Michael's again, scoring another point. St. James, it's now or never. You got to get this point in, otherwise, it's way too close for comfort. If St. Michael's gets in this point, we will continue to play past 25, like we've done every single set so far, showing you again once again how close these teams are in strength and power and ability. Such an equally matched round in game that we've been seeing so far. These final points really do count. The fact that St. Michael's was able to reach that 6 point gap and regain those points is beyond impressive. Player 14 again with that serve from St. Michael's. They know they have to lock in St. James. They're going for it with everything they have. There goes player 11, and St. James just did it. They got that final point in. And look at that. Again, the sportsmanship that both teams show is really inspiring to see, especially for those young audiences who watch these games. We'll be right back for the St. James Eudora team game tonight. Please feel free to continue to watch the St. Michael's game versus the Udora. We'll be back at 7. Welcome back again to the third volleyball game tonight, hosted here by Thunder Broadcasting in the Thunderdome. We're playing St. James versus Eudora. Looks like it's been a highly contested game for tonight, being the final of the three. St. James with the victory earlier on tonight against St. Michael's, and it looks like St. Michael's took on the victory during the second game, and Eudora's here to try and make that come among the victories tonight. So St. James will have all of the pressure on tonight, but luckily for them, they have had that chance to rest up. Versus Eudora has had to play that game back to back, but looks like they're not going to give in, and it should be a pretty fiery game here tonight. Just a reminder for all of those Thunder Broadcasting fans out there, we will be having a football game Friday night, and Thunder Broadcasting will again be narrating that game. So if you enjoyed this, you should really come and watch that football game on Friday. Here goes St. James with the serve. Eudora replays it, finding that spot. Unfortunately, it goes out of bounds for them. So early on in the game, with those crucial points, points like that going out of bounds, again, so early on in the game, they should really be focusing on trying to get the inbounds, because it just comes down to like those final points, and if they continue to go out of bounds, it results in harder catch up, like I said. But it looks like Eudora scored on that, actually. That's my bad. Good touch there by Eudora. Unfortunately, they were unable to get it back over to St. James' side, giving St. James that point. Here comes player 11 from the St. James side, Madeline Etler, to hit that serve over. Hits it right over. Hits a Eudora player. They were unable to get that back right over. They were unexpecting of it, it looks like. Here comes player 11 once again, getting that serve, finding that target and locking in. Ooh, miscommunication from Eudora there, giving St. James another point. Looks like Eudora will have to work on that communication a little bit to get through this game. Here comes player 11 once again with that serve. Third time that St. James has gotten that point on the serve, which is really impressive to see. Not very often do you get to see players who just continue to get those serves over and score those points to keep coming back. Unfortunately for her, though, that time has ended and she did not get that serve over the net, and it's going to Eudora now to hopefully get her serve over the net. And here comes player 7 with the kill, directing it right to the place where no one is. This player in particular is so good about either hitting it super powerful, so no one can retrieve it, or hitting it so lightly in a place where people weren't expecting it. She's very good about thinking out where it goes. There goes player 2 getting it over again. That's Finley Tosher. Back row from Eudora trying to get that to spots. Again, there goes, again, one of those hitters trying to get that spot, and it went right out of shot of Eudora, scoring St. James another point. Here comes player number 4 from St. James getting that serve. Unfortunately, it did go out of bounds, and that scores Eudora another point. Tonight will be a rough game, because after seeing the St. Michael's versus the Eudora, you can see that, again, they are quite contested. Looks like Eudora just scored another point right on that serve there. Like I was saying. Anyways, Eudora versus St. Michael's, seeing that game, they were both on equal strengths, and St. Michael's was on equal strengths with St. James, so it might be a long game. There comes player 8 again, getting those getting those hits off the serves, those digs. St. James just scored another point, finding that window where nobody was, and they take full advantage of that. Here comes player 7. Her serves are like powerhouses when it comes to that. So, very good serve here. There you go. Knocked one of the Udora players to the ground. That's how powerful it is. Good set there from Eudora, hitting it over, trying to get that spot. Just keep it going so they can come back and score. Looks like player 11 there on Eudora's side was unable to get it over. Sometimes it comes down to height. If you can't jump high enough, you might not be able to reach it, and that's kind of what it looked like happened there for player 11. Ended up going back behind her, which is never a good aspect because then none of your teammates can really receive it. Here goes player 7 again, getting those powerful serves in. Ooh, they tried it with a tip there, and it looks like St. James lifted it, giving that point to Eudora. Here they come to regroup, trading in a couple players on the Eudora side, trying to figure out what works good for them to get those points back, because right now St. James is at a 3-point lead, and early on the game, those points do matter. There goes player 7 getting that out, getting it right over, even when it's difficult. Unfortunately, she was not able to get it a second time, and Eudora hit that again, right in that spot where nobody is, or where they're not expecting. So, Eudora's serve here. We've got player 4, Ariana Eder. She's a senior, and sometimes you can tell by how they act on the court that they are seniors, because you can see like their attention to detail. Good dive there from Eudora, trying to get that ball up, but it went to St. James, and St. James is sticking with that 3-point lead, to the libero, who gets that set right over and hurries quickly to her spot. She's you got to be fast on your feet to play this game. There goes Eudora again, trying to get that good dive in there to get those points back up. Unfortunately, though, St. James scored on that point for them. And number 8, the libero, who's got really good serves here as well, is able to just keep going. There comes Eudora from there, trying to get a kill in. It went out of bounds, unfortunately for them, giving St. James that point. But it was very powerful, I will say. She got past. She was able to go around the blocks, so it was pretty good. All right. Here comes again Eudora back there, trying to tip it over to get them unexpecting for it. 7 with that powerful kill in there, right? Blocked by St. James there. That reenactment, girl just went into the stands over there. She's trying so hard on Eudora to get that point. Huge dive there from the libero on Eudora. Point goes to the Thunder. That was a very good rally to see, though. They put their heart and soul into that. If you're willing to get in the stands, then I think you're willing to put a lot of work into that single point. It shows a lot. 8 with the dive there, absolutely insane. With the hand graze, she was able to get that up with just a hand graze. That's absolutely insane. Player 8, that is Abigail May on the St. James team. Absolutely insane. You see that very rarely, that players are able to get that up with just their hand like that. Very rare. Very cool to see. Looks like another timeout was called here, trying to regroup over here on Eudora to get their minds back in the game to regain that 7-point lead that St. James has. St. James is just getting a talking to, just being like, don't get it over yourself. We still have the rest of the game to play. You got to keep your head in the game. It's part of it. And Coach Dorsey does a very good job of this. She knows her players well, and she looks to address their needs, and also to look upon the aspect of you gotta be if you want to be on this team, you gotta be good and you gotta play good, but you also have to be very attentive in your teammanship. And here comes player 8 again with that serve, very powerful. She's been serving a lot recently because they keep getting points, and that allows her to continue to play. That's Abigail May. Good serve over, received by Eudora, and they're trying to get back over, trying to go in for the kill. Player 7 got that in. Good kill there from player 2. Oh, dived by player 8, but was unfortunately unable to get that back over. That's on the St. James side. It's very hard to be a libero because you have to have that agility to keep running across the field and getting in where it's needed. You got to keep moving. You're constantly on your feet. You're always finding that spot. Eudora hit that out, and St. James scored another point. Rotating in 9 for player 2. Player 9 is Caitlin Conrad. She's been very good at these serves recently. She keeps getting rotated in just for these serves. We have yet to see Finley serve tonight, but the serves that we're seeing from player 9 is very impressive. St. James went to block, but Eudora was able to get through that block, and it ended up with the ball directly going to the ground, being unable to be picked up by any St. James players. And it's Eudora's serve. Looks like their libero is serving. Waterfall effect there from that serve. St. James was able to recover and get it back over, which is really impressive and hard to do. Eudora hit that out, and St. James scored the point there, which is it's kind of getting to a point where Udora can't really afford that anymore to hit those out. They've got to get those in if they want to stay in the game and get there, because right now St. James has a 7-point lead. There goes player 9 again with that player 1, sorry, with a good serve there. Eudora again hitting it out of bounds. They've got to get their head in the game if they want to come back and win that. The set anyways. Here comes player 1 on the St. James side, getting it over. Good set there from Eudora. Player 1 with a good dive. Unfortunately unable to get it over because of some other ruling by you. Well, sorry, I apologize. St. James got that point, and Eudora must have hit the net or something in order for St. James to get that point. Here comes actually, never mind, Eudora got that point. Player 7 trying to be sneaky about that and get that over. Eudora with that hit. Again, dig from the barrow. Here comes the kill. Blocked by St. James. Good set there. Again, trying to go for that kill. Player 9 dives on the floor to get that. Good dig. Back set from Eudora and blocked by St. James. This game in particular, looking upon the Eudora roster, you see a lot of seniors here, but when you get to St. James, you see actually a lot of underclassmen showing that it's not about seniority, but it's more about heart and hard work. While seniors do work hard, I admit, it's also about how willing they are. That point there from from Eudora, very impressive work there. I believe St. James found that one spot. Again, it's always that one spot no one's expecting. Blocked out by St. James, giving that point to Eudora, regaining that aspect on the serve, hopefully to gain those points back. Having control of that serve really sets the mood for that point. So hopefully they can keep that up for them. Here comes again player 9 with that dig. Great run by player 4 trying to get that set, and a great hit from player 7. Those powerful kill in that spot where no one's expecting. She's very good about predicting that. Player 4 up for the serve. That's Ellen Dorsey. She's been very good about setting all night. Those back sets, while difficult, she knows where her people are because they communicate with her, and she's able to find that. Again, there's another kill going in the spot where nobody was expecting. Player 4 rotates out for player 3. Player 3, Ellie Nichols, on the St. James side for the serve. And it goes in, and here comes Eudora to try and counter that back, which St. James isn't having any of. They're prepared. Go in with the kill again. Player 7 has been literally killing it tonight. So from the Eudora side, there's actually quite a few sophomores. Waterfall effect there from St. James on that serve. Player 3. Good recover there by St. James. Out, unfortunately. Officer Ellis with the catch there. Here comes Eudora, player 23, rotating on the court. Looks like she's up in the front row, looking to hopefully get in with that. Player 8 again there for that dive off the serve on the St. James side. Again, St. James finding that spot where nobody is. They're very good about aiming with accuracy. Like I was saying, there's a lot of sophomores on the Udora side showing, again, the hard work that people are able to do. First, it's about adjusting, then it's about succeeding for both sides. There goes St. James again with that counteract to Eudora, trying to find that spot. Eudora, again, hitting it out of bounds. They can't afford any more of those points at this time. St. James has a huge point lead at this point. It's 21 to 12. 22 to 12. And if Eudora wants to win the set, they really have to return that and get those points back. Here comes Eudora again with that kill. St. James is ready for it. They're coming great digs right now. Here comes St. James again. They're at 23 points now. 2 points to the win. And it does always come down to these last 2 points, but Eudora's got to be exhausted at this point. If by that next set they're gonna be huffing and puffing a lot because it's so time consuming and energy consuming to play these volleyball games, and to play one back to back is absolutely insane. There goes St. James scoring another point in the line, probably directly on it, and Eudora, I think, might have called that out, but it ended up being in, unfortunately for them. Again, it's with that communication. Here comes player 7 again with those powerful serves. Player 7, that's Maya Lee, sophomore. So to see her, she'll be here for the next 2 years to see her continue to grow as good as a player as now. She'll probably be even better in the next 2 years. And St. James just won that set as well. Eudora hit it, was unable to get it back over the net. And here comes Ellen Dorsey. I mean, not Ellen Dorsey. Sorry, Coach Dorsey to reroute the team. Like, she's like, yes, you won this set, but you also have to get your mind in because we have another set to do. There's more work to be done. We're never gonna stop because there's no such thing as perfection. There's only such a thing as hard work. And look at that celebratory dance right there. So, also talking about, again, the past victories that this team has won already so far in the season. They went against the Slam at Lansing, and they won that. So, again, to have those wins so early in the season kind of sets the mood for what the rest of the season is going to be like. Like, if we can win now, we can win later, and we can keep winning. But it's also a matter of about putting in that hard work. Also, it goes to show, like, also how willing the parents are to put in that energy. So big shout out to all of the parents who like put in that work to support their kids, to keep them playing, to bring them to the games, to help them be a good person, not only as a player but like as a student and as a friend to others. So big shout out to all the parents there who support their kids in this. And it looks like St. James is already back on the court, waiting for Eudora to cooperate to get back on to play that second match. That second, second match. Um, so I also want to comment briefly here on the uniqueness of that St. James atmosphere, because these kids, the kids that these parents bring, they grow up watching St. James play, and one day they get to do it too, and that is such a cool atmosphere to look upon, to watch your heroes and then one day become your hero. Um, that's pretty unique to St. James. And here comes player 11 on the Eudora side. That is Isabella Burncow, who's also, funny enough, an 11th grader. So here comes player 7 in with that kill on St. James. Eudora counters. Good set there. Directly out of bounds, but just barely. It was pretty much almost on the line. So Eudora's getting back in that, but they're trying to figure it out to start that second set off well. Again, St. James with the lead right now. Just hit it out of bounds. There's a celebratory there for Eudora because they have that opportunity to try and get those serves back in and counteract that to get those points back early in the round. There comes again those digs from St. James. They found that one spot that no one was, but it looks like it was kind of a fault of Eudora's. They were unable to get to that in time. It's okay. Here's player 7 and player 2 back on the court after rotating player 9. They seem to have a thing going. Player 9 comes in to serve. Player 2 comes in to do the hits. Seems to be a very good system. A huge dig there by player 4. That's Ellen Dorsey right off the ground. She's pretty much there. Unfortunately, nobody was able to get that back, but that dig was insane. Again, you very rarely see digs that just have one hand there. It's very hard to do that and pull that off. There's player 7 again with that powerhouse of a hit. Player 12 trying to block it. There you go. Player 4 again on that floor getting that up. And looks like that point goes to Eudora. So Eudora's currently in the lead, trying to get those points back after the last set, so they can hopefully play on to that third set. There goes player 1 again on that ground, picking those balls up. Net penalty is what it looked like there. Eudora is rotating out, and so is St. James. St. James player 6 for player 1. Player 6, that is Sarah Rawlings. She's a sophomore, and again, seeing sophomores come out and then coming back for those other years, you can just see the improvement. 4 hits there from Eudora, giving that point to St. James. Again, Eudora's got to be exhausted at this point. They've played 2 games back to back. They're trying to get it back. There we see player 7 right on the line there with that powerful serve, that powerhouse of a serve directly on the line in the spot where nobody was expecting. She's very good at manipulating her power and finding that spot where nobody is. But I beg your pardon. I guess it was out of bounds after all, but it looked pretty much on the line. There comes player 2 again with that powerhouse of a kill. back set, trying to trip him off. Player 12 gets right in there just before like it was about to go beneath the net. She gets it over, tips it, gets it back in that back row where no one is. They're very good about finding those spots. Here comes player 8. That's the libero, Abigail May with the serve. Good counteract from Eudora there. Player 2 getting that over for Eudora. Incredible counteracting from St. James there. Unfortunately, they were unable to get that. Oh, yeah, it looked like a carry there from St. James, giving Eudora the point. They're currently tied right now, which is drastically different from the last round. But like I said, they were equally matched to St. Michael's earlier, which, again, St. James played earlier. Player 7 unable to get that dig out there from St. James, giving that point to Eudora, putting them in the lead right now from 6 to 5, I believe. Yep, 6 to 5. Eudora hitting that serve out. Again, they can't afford to keep doing that. It really will amount to a lot of points in the end if that continues to happen, and it'll make it very difficult for them to catch back up if that continues to happen. Here comes player 9 again, always rotating in player 2 for the serve. Again, there goes player 2 from Eudora with that kill, trying to get that in. Player 7 unable to, staying on the feet, getting that curve. There we go. Player 7 again, coming with that powerhouse. She'll stay in the back if she needs to receive, but she's ready there to kill. Eudora unable to receive that. Hit the person instead of like right where their arms were to receive it, so it's a point to St. James. And we're looking at 7 to 5 right now. There comes player 9 again with that serve. Player 4 trying to get that good set in so teammates can get it over. That's on the Udora side. Again, player 6 finding that spot on the Udora side and putting the power into it. You see the opportunity, you're going to take it. That's Sarah Rawlings. There goes player 9 again with that serve. That's Caitlin Conrad getting that over. Unfortunately, unable to get it back up from the St. James side. Eudora found that corner, and they're going to use it. On the Eudora side, we have seen from player 2 quite a show of getting those sets over. That's Avery Hamfill. There's that serve, followed up again player 7. There goes player 8 again, getting those right in between two people, player 19 and player 1 on the Udora side. That's Brady Miller and Sophia McCall. They got it right in between them. They probably went up to block there, but they couldn't keep it up, unfortunately, because sometimes you just gotta work together as a team, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. All of that action on the floor there from player 4 and from player 1 getting on the floor to dig that up. Looks like the point went to the Thunder there because they got it over to Eudora's side. Here comes player 1 with the serve. That is Brooke Bencho getting that over. Eudora receives that well and gets it back over. There's player 9 and player 4 with a good set there, trying to set up player 7 to get that over. Eudora blocks it, giving Eudora those points to try and come back in the game and hopefully win that second set so they can continue to play on that third set. But again, they've got to be exhausted, and if they don't turn it around now, they will not be able to play that third set. So here's player 11 from the Eudora side. Again, looks like there's two people there on the St. James side. Little miscommunication maybe. St. James hits it inbounds right on the line there, giving them a point with 11-7. They've got a 4-point lead. Here comes player 11 on the St. James side again with those powerful serves. Going back corner, unfortunately, St. James, it grazed them, but they were unable to get it back up. It looks like it's Eudora's serve. Player 1, which is Brady Miller again with that serve. Here comes player 1 trying to get it up, but unfortunately it went to where none of her teammates could help her. So that's a point for Eudora, and Eudora will be serving again. Now, they're libero on their side, Bailey Hammerschmidt has been doing very good at getting those low balls up as well. You can see from there, and there's player 7 again. Fortunately, with that block from Eudora, they were unable to retrieve it. That's kind of the risk of blocks. You're either able to get it back to your teammates and send it back over it, or it prevents the ball from coming to your side, or it ricochets, and you never know what it's going to be. Player 1 with an amazing dive there. I have never seen anything like that. The fact that the player 8 there, Abigail May, was able to get over to that ball that ricocheted off of player 1 and try and send it back, and that player 7 was even able to hit that and try and attempt that. Absolutely insane. They were like up against the wall. And here comes St. James again. Good call there. They called it out. No one hit it. Really impressive communication there, because it looked like not one but 2 people, or maybe even 3 people, were about to hit that. But because of communication, they avoided unnecessary work. And here comes player 7 again. Powerful serve. Ace, right? Though there was a good dig from Eudora. Unfortunately, was unable to get to any of the players, and they were unable to redirect it. And here comes player 7 again. Again with those powerful serves. Eudora's just trying to get it through at this point. Good block there, though. Again, they're trying to get the kill Eudora. Eudora somehow got that over, and St. James is keeping that up. St. James got that over. The amount of times that ball should have ended up on the ground, but it did not, by both sides, is impressive. And looks like that point goes to Eudora because they found that corner right on the line. Barely hit it. But if it's in, it's in. And they did. So, point to Eudora there. Looks like they're rotating in some players. Player 4 and player 6 on the Eudora side. Player 4 with that serve. Serves are essential. If you can't get those serves in, it's really it really can hurt your team's score. Player 8 with a good dig there, and good work from our teammates getting that point back to the other side. Player 7 with the back row set. Player 2 getting it over. Eudora goes to block, but it goes out of bounds, giving that point to St. James. We're at 15-11 right now with St. James in the lead. Again, St. James has that 4-point lead right now, and if Eudora wants to come back, they need to get those points back right now. Otherwise, it's going to be a whole game of catch up, and that's a lot of more energy than they have to spend right now. Looks like Eudora did exactly that. They've got another point there, 12-15. Here comes player 2 on the Eudora side. That's Avery Hemphill once again hitting that serve over. Player 7 with the dig. It went, I believe that is Eudora's point. It got in ground, but looks like St. James, again, they complement each other with finding those needs of the other. And there goes And player 6 there on the St. James side getting that over. Unfortunately for St. James, Eudora found that spot again right in the middle where everyone was, but where communication is key. Looks like Eudora's finally caught up to St. James with that 1 point lead for St. James, making this point ever crucial because this has the tide to change the rest of the game. Looks like Eudora was unable to get it over. They hit that net with that kill there, giving St. James that 2 point lead, which is very crucial to be able to continue throughout the whole game to keep that up. Here's player 9 again with that serve, keeps getting rotated in off of Finley Tosher here. That's player 2. Back row kill there from player 2. Amazing save by player 9, getting that back over. Unfortunately for St. James, the libero is not able to get that up at the last minute. Went right in between into that back corner, making it extremely difficult to get because it's very hard to go back and run that. One thing that is kind of unique about the St. James players is that a lot of them will be able to set from the back row. Mainly you see focus of people trying to set from the front row, but seeing people set from the back row is even more difficult. Looks like miscommunication from St. James there. Player 9 looked like she called it out, but it was in reality very much so in giving that free point to Eudora. So you got to be careful on what you call as well here. Tying the score, giving Eudora that chance. Waterfall effect from that serve by Eudora. St. James did get it up, but was unable to get it back over the net. Good dig, though, by St. James. Being able to pull off that waterfall effect. A lot of the times it seems it happens on accident, but some people are able to pull it off of habit. Looks like Eudora hit that out, losing that point. Looks like Eudora and St. James are tied again with 17-17. Again, this is very crucial that they pull through and get that point lead because again it sets it for the rest of the game. There's player 4 with that back set. Again, looks like Eudora was unable to get that back and over to St. James' side. Again, St. James finds those spots of weaknesses and uses them to the best of their abilities. There's player 1 getting it over on that serve. Looks like Eudora found that spot in the background again by player 1 on the Eudora side, Brady Miller. Looks like Mrs. Dorsey is a little nervous right now because the score's again tied again, and she knows what needs to be done to get those points back up. She's looking also at her members on the bench. She's like, "Hey, we're all in this together. Whatever happens on the court, it also affects everyone else on the bench. So be ready and cheer on the team." Again, teammates help teammates. Player 9 there with that amazing dig. Player 9 once again calling it out, but unfortunately is indeed in. So hopefully her teammates can help her on that to call things in or out, because it looks like she might be getting a little bit upset, and to have that mindset to not get upset and to keep her head in the game is really important. Looks like, again, the score's tied 19-19. Player 12 in and player 8 out for St. James' side. Player 11 with the serve. That is Abigail May. Gets it over. Eudora's looking to retrieve it. Good hustle by player 11 trying to get that. Good attempt on a kill. St. James retrieves that and sends it back. Eudora's got it as well. There goes player 7 again, trying to get that kill in. She's very good at manipulating her power and thinking about what people are expecting, what people aren't expecting. So There goes player 1. Good block by player 7 and player 12. Teamwork really works. Trinity Mayborn and Miley very well. Good work there. Looks like player 11 back with that serve. Madeline Etler from St. James. Looks like a miscommunication by Eudora there. Two players went for the same ball. This game is very neck and neck right now. St. James does have that 2-point lead, which is very crucial to them winning the set. Good dig there by Eudora. Hit it back over to St. James' side, and a good back set from player 4 there, Ellen Dorsey on St. James. Unfortunately, St. James was unable to get that back over to the other side, giving Eudora that point where they could hope for them hopefully could regain those points for them to move into that second set. Good retrieval there from St. James. Tip from Eudora, trying to throw off St. James, but St. James is ready. Block from St. James, but they were unable to. Eudora was unable to get that over the net, giving St. James that point. It comes down to these last final points for St. James and for Eudora. Who's going to pull in the lead? We're about to find out. Nonetheless, this has been an exciting game. Here comes player 4, Ellen Dorsey again with that set. St. James digging up that tip from Eudora. They thought that well through, but St. James, again, was ready. Here comes player 8 with that dig. And 7 with the kill. Once again, very good at manipulating that power. That's Miley. Here comes player 4 again with that serve. Player 2 digs that up on the Eudora side. Player 19 sending that back over, trying to get in that kill right in the corner there for St. James, getting that point. Time out from Eudora. Looks like this is the very crucial point right here. If St. James gets this point, then not only do they win the set, but they also win the match. And Eudora, again, they put in all this effort. They played 2 games back to back, and they're trying to get those points in. They play hard because they want to win. Like, nobody wastes their time sitting on the sidelines if they're not planning. Like, people go in or they go home. Like, these players play to the best of their abilities. And here comes St. James right now, trying not to celebrate an early victory, but trying to play every point at its worth, because every point does matter. And they know that they have to stay on top of it, not mess up. Good counteract from Udora there, getting it directly in that corner where nobody sees it. Really smooth right there on the line, which is really close for Eudora, risking it at that last point. So, lucky for them as well. And here comes player 13, getting that in. Unfortunately for her, that serve did not go over the net, and St. James just won the second half, the second set, and the game. So congratulations, St. James. Everyone, please come to that football game this Friday, and we'll be hosting it here on Thunder Broadcasting. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night and a great rest of your week. Thank you.